I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what?
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku. Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本やったので、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて、初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんなに魂を作り上げるために存在している。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer. But humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
To expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone it's a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos. Oh, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone. They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool. Your dress is short. Don't know what for. And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman. What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I'm the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas a Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Paramount or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done. but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things?
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose, out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going.
Side of this very well, Dr. Lee. How feasible is it for a regular sort of everyday college or university to really execute that plan?
Yeah, I think most universities have been spending a lot of their summers not on holiday and not on break, but really studying this problem and figuring out how to manage their campuses. And I really have to give them a ton of credit for all the work that they've been doing. There's the practical aspect of it, which is challenging, but they all have student health services. There are a number of companies, including our own, Verily, who are working in these areas to try to support this effort. A lot of the lab testing companies have really stepped up as well to offer these services. In terms of the financial impact, the cost of the tests are coming down. There are a number of different companies that are in the space now, and that's helping to increase competition and reduce the costs. So it's financially, I estimated in this paper that we wrote, maybe about $500 per student for the semester for the testing. And, that's less than a couple weeks of unemployment pay. So just sort of weighing up the trade-offs, I think it is definitely worth that investment.
But it sounds like, bottom line, just got 20 seconds here, Dr. Lee, that we need to have tests that are readily available so we can almost every day, every week be taking them and quickly get the results. That's what it comes down to.
That's right. Until we have a good treatment or a vaccine, as we heard, we need tests that are available and turnaround times that are quick. We can't wait weeks for the turnaround. It needs to come back right away so that we know how to act and how to respond.
That's a critical part for sure. Great to catch up with you. We hope you'll come back and spend some more time with us. Vivian Lee, president of health platforms at Verily Life Sciences, also the author of The Long Fix, Solving America's Healthcare Crisis with Strategies that Work for Everyone, and giving us a strategy for back to school that it sounds like a lot of people may be following. Our thanks to her. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. now. Nancy Lyons is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Well, we were really lucky to have the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, on Bloomberg today. He says we really will not see the economy return to normal without a vaccine.
The classical history of viruses, particularly respiratory viruses, are such that if they are going to be something that is as capable as this virus is of efficiently spreading from human to human, ultimately, if you really want to put the nail in the coffin of an outbreak, you're going to need a vaccine.
Fauci, in an interview on Bloomberg's Balance of Power with David Weston, says the public does not need to worry about the safety being sacrificed with these vaccines currently under rush development. Former acting Attorney General Sally Yates is pushing back on moves by current Attorney General William Barr to dismiss charges against President Trump's first national security advisor, Michael Flynn. She says the FBI's interviews with Michael Flynn were legitimate.
We had General Flynn engaging in discussions with the Russian ambassador that were essentially neutering the American sanctions. And that is a very curious thing to be doing, particularly when the Russians have been acting to benefit President Trump. And then he is covering it up. He's lying about it.
Yates has been testifying today before the Senate Judiciary Committee that's looking into the origins of the Russia investigation. Republicans and Democrats are starting to exchange detailed offers on the next coronavirus relief bill, and they have agreed on a goal of reaching a deal by the end of the week, with possible votes being taken next week. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks, Nancy. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser. So B of A basically saying, hey, there's going to be a vaccine, and I think that's a fairly good bet. We know a lot of people are working on it. It's amazing. You look at all these trackers. The Milken Institute has one, and it talks about the dozens and dozens of things that are underway. And so B of A basically saying, you should buy stocks because this is going to happen, and then the world, I'm sort of paraphrasing here, is going to get back to normal.
Well, and we're talking about Joe Quinlan. He's head of Chief Investment Strategy, Office Market Strategy for Merrill and Bank of America Private Bank. They manage trillions of dollars. And, right now investors are trying to figure out, what do we do? Because we've seen such a bounce off the lows. So do we just be happy with where we are and be conservative from here on out, or do we take more profit? We're certainly seeing a lot of risk-taking in the markets, and his top tip would be to buy stocks right now which, as we know, in the U.S. alone have surged almost 50% since hitting that March low and are nearing record highs. And he says, buy them during pullbacks, diversify across higher quality value companies in addition to those with strong earnings growth potential. He says, we're at a point where everybody is focused basically on one thing, and that is a vaccination. And it could take, he said, a couple of months, could take another year. But he says, when we get one, if you are not in the equity markets, you're going to be really sorry.
You left some money on the table. Key risk, this is interesting, tech, because it has been on fire in many ways, and it's so concentrated. The S&P is so concentrated on tech. Just a reminder, the 5 big tech companies, Apple, Amazon, and the rest, they make up a record 23% of the S&P by market value.
I know this is an article you like. We have got to get Barry Ritholtz on because he takes a look and really takes apart the S&P 500 and why we see market versus Main Street, disconnect. And we've got to get to him because it really helps explain that index in particular and the role
and the S&P,
that a few
both the
companies
S&P
have had.
and the NASDAQ, obviously. I mean, it's a very small number of stocks driving this. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. S&P 500 index on track for a fourth straight advance amid encouraging news on the vaccine front. Also speculation lawmakers are making progress on an aid package. The S&P less than 2% away from a record close. Here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index is up now by 20 points, up 0.6%. The Dow up 315, up 1.2%. NASDAQ is up another 51 points at a record 10,992, up by 0.5%. The 10-year yield 0.54%. Gold up 1% at a record $2,038. It is higher by $19 the ounce. In crude, West Texas Intermediate up 1.3% at $42.24 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here with you on a Wednesday. That's right. It's the middle of the week. Always have to check.
Are you checking?
Yeah, sort of look around, trying to figure it out. What are we doing?
Hey, Siri, what
What's
day
happening?
is it?
Exactly. Where am I? Who am I? Who are you?
I know.
We do have Joel Weber with us, of course, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. He joins us from Massachusetts, along with Shelley Banjo, senior writer for Bloomberg. She's down in gorgeous Asheville, North Carolina. Lucky her. And she's got a terrific story, along with Mark Bergen, in this current issue of Bloomberg Business Week. It's on the terminal and online today. Joel, tee this up. This is such an important topic. We've been talking so much about big tech, and this is a slightly different twist, but goes to so many of the big issues around big tech.
So, a week ago now, big tech sort of got grilled in front of lawmakers virtually. And I think that it was part of something that we're going to see in a conversation that we're going to continue to have in the weeks and months ahead. And for Google specifically, that conversation is going to be a lot about antitrust. And what Mark and Shelley did in this story was not so much take the antitrust conversation head on, but to look at a corner of Google's business, search ads. That's literally what makes it such a powerhouse. And for certain small businesses, especially those in the service world, and get this, in the middle of the pandemic, the ones that Mark and Shelley were wise to look at specifically were therapists and mental health professionals who have actually felt the impact of Google's pricing power in a way that really resembles a tax. And I think this is going to be something that will be fascinating, how much lawmakers want to look at that. So, Shelley, what are the nuances that you and Mark discovered as you sort of dug into how much power and dominance Google has in the search world?
Yeah, the craziest thing about the story is that, as these things go, is that we didn't actually set out to write an antitrust story. We were kind of curious about all these ads that kept popping up during the pandemic around mental health. I wanted to figure out, is someone profiting off of this pandemic from a mental health perspective? And we just started talking to therapists, and every single time we spoke to a therapist, it was Google, 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 Google. And particularly the one that we end up featuring the most in our story is this therapist named Ellen Ross, who said, you can't have a business, my kind of business, without Google search. It's just she goes through her list of monthly bills, and it's, rent, heating or air conditioning, power, and Google.
But what she noticed, Shelley, this is such a great story, is that during the pandemic, I think you guys know in your story that the prices for her regular keywords jumped sharply, and this is kind of a key way of getting noticed in the online world.
Right. So during the pandemic, everything else shut down except for the internet. And so that was really the only way for people to find you. And all of a sudden, searches for online therapy shot up as people started to realize, oh, shoot, this is not something that's going to be over quickly. I'm going to need some help with this. And it just became prohibitively expensive for some of these therapists to keep putting Google search ads and keep paying for them. But the problem is, if you don't pay for the search ads, you're not going to get the customers.
And Google's really pushing this? I mean, you have some great anecdotes about, the sales reps calling up, these therapists and kind of putting the hard sell on them and using the economics and the economics of crisis, really, in many ways to drive the business.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting nuance because there's nothing wrong or illegal about making money, especially during, pandemics or natural disasters. Every Bloomberg story regarding natural disasters will look into who's making money off of these kinds of things. But at the same time, these people have no other choice. And Google can kind of take advantage of that by pushing things like automation, not having as good of customer service and things that these people really rely on because there's no other place to go. And so the question is, once you become that monopoly and you have so much power, does it become then an antitrust issue?
And so play that out a little bit, Shelley. Where will lawmakers put their gaze, and how does all of this fit together in the weeks ahead?
Yeah, so I mean, search dominance in itself is not illegal, and so the issue for lawmakers is trying to figure out is Google actually abusing that power? And so one other part of the story that we look into is this idea of Google directing people to certain places that make the most money for them. So with therapy, for example, now if you type in therapist, it's going to go up to you're going to spit out some therapists near you that on Google Maps that have paid for these services. And so, does Google then take over healthcare and search and those types of things that previously might have gone to other businesses? Are they going to be abusing that power? And what lawmakers need to find out is, does it go beyond just being big? Does it go beyond just having power? It's what do you do with that power, and is that part of that illegal?
And so, Shelley, the Google conversation is one that is obviously something that the lawmakers will probably focus on more so than other big tech companies, even perhaps. And that power that they have, when you actually talk to the small business owners and the therapists that are in the story, the thing that I found sort of so fascinating about it was like, at the end of the day, this is the option for them, right? And so what other options do they feel like they even have?
Yeah, I mean, when you ask about Bing, which is the second search engine, the therapists would just laugh, honestly. They would just be like, that's not a thing. We only have Google. And the interesting thing is that Google likes to paint this big picture of competition with ads. Oh, there's Facebook, and there's all sorts of different companies that even television and billboards, like we fight with everyone. But, at Amazon, but like, as we point out in the story, like nobody's going on Amazon to search for a therapist, right. At least not yet. And so for these service providers, there really is no other option. And so, Google can talk about all the different competition that they face, but in a lot of industries, they're really the only game in town, and it's up to them to kind of keep coloring in within the lines or not. And if they don't, then the government can go after them.
As one source in your story, it says the bigger question is whether Google is abusing its power. It really comes down to that. It's a great read. It's the cover story of the magazine. Shelley Banjo, thank you so much, senior writer at Bloomberg News, and our thanks to Jill Weber, editor at Bloomberg Business Week. Now, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, and watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, check out Bay State Business. That, Jason Kelly, is coming up next.
Well, and what's interesting is check out that story because it also points out that, people are also taking advantage of YouTube, owned by Google, and maybe they're doing a therapy session on a Google Meet. So, this all-encompassing nature is really something worth exploring. It's a great story by Shelley Banjo. Our thanks to her. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing. NASDAQ 100 index up as well. NASDAQ's at a record. S&P on track for its fourth straight advance amid encouraging news on the vaccine front. Also speculation lawmakers are making progress on an aid package. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on those developments. We've got the S&P up now by 19 points. That's a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 308, higher by 1.1%, while NASDAQ is up another 50 points, up 0.5%, bringing its year-to-date gain to 22.5%. 10-year down 10/30 seconds, the yield there 0.54%. Gold is up 1% at $20.40 the ounce, and crude also pushing higher today, up 1.4%, $42.29 now for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Equity investors are closely monitoring efforts in Washington to negotiate a new virus relief package that many see as key to keeping the economy afloat. Bloomberg Television and Radio spoke this morning with former U.S. Treasury Secretary Jack Lew.
At a time when you've got millions of children living in households that can't pay their rent, and millions of children living in households that don't have enough food to put on the table, this is an emergency. We need to respond, and we need to respond now. It's already too late. It's going to take weeks for states to get the benefits back up and running once they've lapsed.
Lots of earnings to sift through. The Walt Disney Company is leaning even harder on its streaming business, saying a live-action Mulan will go straight to Disney+. Also announced the launch of a new Star International service as the pandemic threatens its traditional businesses. Disney shares up now by about 8.6%. Fox says political ads helped offset losses from COVID-19. Also says it will likely be bringing back The Masked Singer this fall. Fox shares down now by 6.7%. CVS shares lower after earnings. CVS down by 1.4%. Novavax shares touching a 5-year high as investors assess early data on its experimental vaccine for COVID-19. Shares up by 9.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
I could see Kathleen Hayes going on Masked Singer.
Masked Singer? Yeah.
Totally.
Well, checks out.
Totally.
Checks out.
And really being into it and kind of rocking the stage.
I'm sure I would, but
I know you would.
But
what would
who
you
would
go
people
as?
think
What
I'm-
would you go as? Have you like?
Oh, that's a good question.
They're so like out there. The characters.
I know. For some reason, some kind of animal comes to mind.
Oh, all right.
Seriously,
Bear,
like a
bull,
dragon. or-
dragon.
I mean, since we are
That's
talking about
nice.
appearances, can I tell you, Carol Masser, I'm not sure if you can see it. Kathleen Hayes, sassy new haircut. I love it.
Oh, wait, pop into the camera. I want to see this.
No, I don't. No, social distance.
Well, on
social
your
distance.
oh, jeez. Okay. Well, nice to be
You'll
sassy.
have to check it out on YouTube.
Nice to be sassy. I wish the data today was a little bit sassier.
Yeah, not a lot
Kathleen.
of sassy data, although sassy may be in a bad way. So,
Yeah.
Kathleen Hayes, I mean, this is quite a stretch. You know, we get sort of 3 days of data. We're getting into it now. What do we take from ADP? We always look at ADP with a little bit of a gimlet eye, right? But it does give us some directional sense.
Exactly. In fact, that's where it's really good. It's really good in terms of telling you if the government's payrolls number is going to be up or down. And it can one or the other can undershoot or overshoot each other. But dang, when you see ADP, and remember this is what, some 20 million companies worth of data, and 167,000, that was the gain in jobs, okay, in June, but, in July. But, you know, the month before, there were 2.4 million. That was revised up to 4.3 million. When you're coming out of a shutdown and a lockdown and in big millions and millions of losses of jobs, you want to keep up with your increases in the millions. And in fact, Neil Dutta from Macro Re had a little headline out today saying, this looks like a W-shaped recovery, right? We went down, we started to come up. Are we going down again? And probably what it tells us about the payrolls is, the increase. We're not going to see the kind of increases we'd like to see to say we're forging ahead. And this is more of a number that says, now things are gradually getting better. I think the problem is, look, when this first started, people thought, oh, you shut down, we'll be shut down for a couple months, and then we move on. And I think a lot of businesses and small businesses held on, employers held on to their workers. But now nobody knows when it's going to stop. We get all these mixed signals from the government and even from health officials.
Right.
So it's tough to say, yeah, I'm going to keep my business open. I'm going to not lay off those workers that I really don't need unless things do pick up.
Yeah. It's a brutal outlook. I mean, the W is looking more and more likely, Carol, and it's hard to. I mean, in some ways, it's hard to imagine that's not where we're going, just given some of what we're seeing in terms of consumer behavior.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I keep going back to a thing I did this morning, a Bloomberg Breakaway thing with a bunch of CEOs, and one individual runs a video game company out in Estonia, and just basically said, listen, we've actually been open for a couple of months, you know, and is kind of ahead of the curve on all of this. And so it gave us all a little bit of hope that, yeah, there is a way back, you know, but it is contingent on getting the virus under control, getting the cases under control, so that people feel safe enough to kind of go back out there, you know. And Kathleen, the way it's playing out in our country, it's hard not to kind of rule out this W type of recovery.
Well, and you know, I think part of the strategy has been to really impress on people how dangerous the virus can be. I think history will look back and say, you know, what were the mistakes we made as well as what were the things we did right. Everybody's kind of inventing this as we go. I would like to throw in, though, that we've got all kinds of signs that that the government's trying to give us some more help, right? They're still stalemated in Washington, Republicans, Democrats. That doesn't stop the Treasury from announcing a record quarterly refunding. They're going to sell $112 billion worth of 3, 10s, and 30-year bonds. They already sold $96 billion in the second quarter. And can't we all remember when it was a big deal if the refunding was more than $30 billion? Yeah. So they're there, they're getting it done, and bond yields are low, and they're probably going to stay low for a long time. But ultimately, yeah, we either have to learn how to live with the virus better, or we need to get better treatments that we can all agree on, and maybe we can, we need to get lucky and find a vaccine, number one, that works and works fast, that people won't be afraid to take. I think there's a lot of people who think that maybe a new vaccine isn't the best thing to jump into. But again, so many people, that's I think that the thing they're waiting for before they really are willing to fully commit to life as it was.
Right. Or as we talked with Dr. Lee, right? If you have enough testing going on so that you can take a test, get the results immediately, you know whether or not you've got the virus, you know, then kind of your array of treatments potentially kind of are wider, and you know the potential for having things that you can take that maybe ward off getting COVID-19 in its extreme cases.
Yeah, and I take that point, but I do worry about, even amid more testing, Kathleen, the tendency to either do sort of micro or even larger shutdowns that have these economic ripple effects.
Well, when it comes to testing, I think it was very heartening that the FDA decided to give a green light to companies now that are developing the tests that you can, you know, swab the inside of your mouth within 10 minutes. You know, boy, oh boy, that I think is going to be fantastic. Yeah. And when it comes to, you know, people and what they're going to do next, I'm just waiting actually someday for things to get good enough, and even the more conservative health officials, which they're like parents, they have to be conservative, to try to then tell us, no, it's really okay.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have a pre-existing condition, if you're under such and such an age, right, the chances of if you get it, you're not going to ultimately. What people are worried about is dying, right? Yes. A lot of people aren't afraid of getting sick. I can handle the flu, but I think that's still a long way off. But somehow, you guys, I still have a feeling that we're on the path to better. I'd be willing to say if things don't look a lot different by the end of the year, I'll be very surprised, because we've seen the numbers in New York coming down. We've seen the numbers in New Jersey coming down. Other places that are going up and peaking later than us are they're the ones who are still in the thick of it. But, you know, I think New York is kind of a signal of what can happen, because it is happening.
I think you're right, and I hope so. And I also am taking some solace in the fact that some of the places like Florida and Texas and Arizona and California, where we've seen these more recent outbreaks, those numbers are starting to come down, because they seem to have gotten religion about, you know, maybe kind of doing the right thing and wearing masks and social distancing and all the stuff that we know you gotta do. All right, Kathleen Hayes, thank you so much. Always good to catch up. Let's head down to Washington now. Nancy Lyons, she's there with World National Headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Well, the nation's leading infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says technology is speeding up the development of a coronavirus vaccine with no threat to its safety. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman with the story.
A half dozen companies are making significant vaccine progress, Dr. Fauci said in a Bloomberg interview.
We don't know which one is going to be better than the other. I hope they're all equivalently good. When we talk about speed, it doesn't mean sacrificing safety considerations, nor does it mean sacrificing scientific integrity.
Dr. Fauci said elections can be conducted safely if voters are spaced 6 feet apart and wear face masks. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Democrats are demanding more concessions from the White House if the two sides are going to meet their goal of striking a deal on a new pandemic relief bill by the end of the week. Virginia Senator Mark Warner tells Bloomberg there is some consensus.
I think there is a recognition that we need not only assistance for schools in terms of reopening, but those schools should be reopened based upon local decisions, not decisions out of Washington. There needs to be assistance for state and local governments, and they should be able to use that to make up for lost revenues.
He says he's amazed 5 months into the pandemic, there's still no national testing strategy. Fireworks and ammonium nitrate appear to have been the fuel that ignited that massive explosion that rocked the Lebanese capital of Beirut yesterday. Experts say the scale of the damage resembles other blasts involving the chemical compound. The blast killed at least 100 people. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Nancy, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, we mentioned it earlier at the top of the show. I think you and I are both fascinated by this Blackstone purchase of a majority interest in Ancestry.com. Have you ever done Ancestry.com? I bet you have relatives who have.
Done a little bit, yeah. Especially on my husband's side of the family, goes back to England, and they've done a lot of genealogy and charting everything.
I feel like there's usually a couple people in a family who get super into it, and then they buttonhole you at a party, and they go deep on it, and you're like, wow, I did not know that.
That like travel around the world, going
yeah.
into archives.
Big time. It's very popular. Popular.
It's actually very cool. And if you've ever gone to Ellis Island and found like original documents, I found some related to my family. It's pretty wild stuff.
Uh-oh, I think we may have discovered that Carol Masser is that person who buttonholes you at a
but
cocktail party.
But I don't do scrapbooks. I don't do scrapbooks, I promise.
Well, this is a little bit troubling. I feel like I'm learning a lot about you.
All right, so
but
let's
it's
talk about
interesting
this.
from the perspective of, and you pointed this out earlier in the show, not a typical private equity deal, but look, private equity's got to put money to work. Who knows? Maybe Steve Schwarzman wanted to learn more about his ancestry. That's
almost
how he got
a $5
interested.
billion deal, though. Like that to me was impressive.
Well, it's very popular, and to a large extent, I mean, you do, and I mean, I'm joking about sort of getting buttonholed, but once you start talking about it, other people say, yeah, well, maybe I'll look into it, and it's had very strong word of mouth.
Yeah.
And it is the sort of thing that technology enables a lot of things, because it used to, involve like going to libraries and, as you say, like going and flipping through the book at Ellis Island or similar things.
So Jason Kelly, let's just be real. You've been at a cocktail party and somebody like went really down. They went down a rabbit hole with this, right? And you're like, "Where is Jen?
Yeah,
Honey, like where's that code?
I gotta get
we
another
gotta
drink.
go."
Someone get me another drink so I can get through this.
I'm really glad.
Did that happen? Maybe.
I'm really glad to hear that your great-great-great-grandfather was like a ruler.
Right. Exactly. Had some serfs. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing on this Wednesday. We've got NASDAQ at a record. Let's get everything you need to know about what's happening with the markets as we head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bailey Lipschultz.
And good morning, Charlie. Stocks have grinded higher after encouraging vaccine data and amid hopes for a stimulus deal. The Dow's up 305 points, S&P higher by 18, while the NASDAQ is up 45 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 0.54%, and small caps are higher by 18 points. 8 of the 11 main S&P sectors are trading higher, led by gains in materials and industrials, while utilities and real estate are trading lower. NASDAQ biotechs fell 13, transports rose 1.4%, semi slipped by 5 points, while the VIX is lower by 3.3%. Leaders in the Dow, Disney, Boeing, and Raytheon, while Walmart, Verizon, and Cisco are the worst performers. On the earnings front, Disney jumped as much as 11% after third quarter results, while Fox touched its lowest level since April. Airlines rallied after a report that Senate Republicans support extending $25 billion to help limit job cuts. Novavax jumped after data for its COVID-19 vaccine. And in deal news, Teladoc fell after an $18.5 billion cash and stock deal for Livongo. Wrapping things up, look for earnings from Roku and Western Digital after the bell. Live from the First Word Breaking News desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz. Charlie?
All right, we thank you very much, Bailey. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here. Let's check in with our pal Emily Chasen. She is back with us to talk a little bit about the world of green. That is her beat. She is sustainability editor for Bloomberg, joining us on the phone from New York City. Big green mortgage dilemma. All right, I know about a big green egg, Emily Chasen. I love grilling on that. But big green mortgage dilemma, this is a whole other thing. Talk about what's going on when it comes to mortgages, because people are thinking a lot about that right now, especially with rates so low.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. You know, you go out and finance your mortgage today, and it has nothing to do with how green your home is. And this is a thing that has actually happened more in the multifamily housing market for apartment buildings and stuff, is that you can get lower rates on your refinance or something if you're going to do green improvements to your building as a landlord. But it hasn't quite made its way into residential mortgages yet. So this is a big question for banks in particular, because when they look at trying to figure out the climate impact of their loans, mortgages are sort of a big question mark. You don't really know which house is more energy efficient than others.
So is it banks just not on board? Do we need the government to incent banks to do it? Like, I feel like, you know, this is where tax policy, right, can be very persuasive in terms of getting people to do something. So where's the breakdown, Emily?
Yeah, well, you know, Europe is further ahead, of course, as they normally are in this stuff, but they have an energy efficient mortgages action plan. Their COVID-19 green recovery plan could include, you know, billions of euros a year in grants and guarantees for sealing up drafty buildings or offering green mortgages. So there is stuff that can happen. What was really exciting this past week was that Fannie Mae sold its first single-family home green bonds, which could create a market for banks to sell green mortgages in the future.
All right, so if I may, I'm going to shift gears because I'm obsessed.
Because he's probably hungry. Are you hungry?
I'm a little hungry. Faux meat. I love Impossible. In fact, I love Impossible and beyond. In fact, on my way into the office this morning, I grabbed the Impossible sausage from Starbucks, which I have to say, I've said it on this program before, this is not a product endorsement. Impossible sausage at Starbucks better than the Beyond sausage at Dunkin'. I've tried them both. I've tried them both multiple times.
Wow.
Very tasty.
Taste test.
We also know, Emily Chasen, you know better than I, that the venture world, they see something work and they're like, is there anything else where we can invest in related to that? That is definitely happening when it comes to the so-called alternative protein market.
Yeah, I would say that like sustainability companies in the market right now are super hot. Beyond Meat was one of the best performing IPOs in decades, right? So venture capital firms really want to see if they can repeat that, and they've basically doubled their bet on alternative protein makers this year, raising over $1 billion for startups that focus on everything from lab-grown meat to protein that comes from volcanic microbes. Just this week, there was, on the actual meat side, there was an IPO of Vital Farms, which is like a sustainable butter and eggs company, and sustainable agriculture, and just that whole area, it had a huge pop of, I think it's up 75% in 2 days of trading.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. IPO, I think it was at, was it 22? And it's now at 40 and change. So yeah, it's really popped up big time. Yeah, I know. Should we anticipate there's going to be a lot more? I feel like that's kind of a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, there's going to be a ton more in alternative meat. I was talking to an investor the other week who focuses on alternative protein and says that meat is so boring. We've already figured out all the ways to make that efficient, and there's so much new stuff in sustainable meat and alternative meat. There's, everyone wants to know what the flavor is, what the taste is. What's this kind versus the other kind. So it's just more interesting for consumers. Everyone likes variety. So there's some big raises, like Blackstone just did a big bet on Oatly, which is the oat milk maker where the oat milk craze last
Just
year.
had some this morning.
Yeah, valued the company at $2 billion. That was earlier this year. Impossible Foods, which you were talking about earlier, they raised $500 million to support expansion globally. But there's also, smaller companies like Memphis Meats, which grows like lab-grown meat. They raised $161 million this year. And another company is called Nature's Find, which makes this alternative protein developed from a volcanic microbe they discovered in Yellowstone Park. They were looking for how NASA could develop protein on Mars or something like that in the future, and they discovered this protein, and now they're making food from it.
They're like, who needs to go to Mars? We can do it right here.
All right. Emily Chasen, thank you so much. She's our sustainability editor at Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone in New York. Check out her work and check out all of the work that Bloomberg Green is doing. It's really a cool vertical. I had some bratwurst.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Beyond
didn't you
Meat.
say you went?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Beyond Meat, the Beyond
That
Meat
was
sausage, the like the link sausage, right? Like
Yes.
did you sort of like grill it or fry it?
Had
Yeah,
that too.
it's really good.
But this was bratwurst that we did with sauerkraut.
Yeah.
And, like, it was really good.
I mean, Emily's exactly right. It is all about the taste in many ways,
Well,
and
yeah.
I think if you find something that tastes good and then you feel like it's better environmentally and it's better for you physically, like you're gonna go with that.
Is this a little Riri?
Yeah.
A little Riri. On this Wednesday. One Wednesday. I can't do it. This is Bloomberg.
Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
We know it's going to be a pretty cool chart. Dave Wilson gave us a little bit of a tease before. A couple of big tech names, right? I think Apple and Microsoft. So
Well,
I am
what's the
curious.
song gonna be?
Ooh, what will it be?
Wow.
I don't know what that
You
was.
made that a little creepy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
All right. Curiously creepy. It's
Extra
Wednesday.
caffeine, I think.
All right. Let's get over to Charlie Pellet. He's got an update on what's happening with the trade. Hey,
He
Charlie.
said I'm creepy,
Hello there.
Charlie.
Yeah, there we go. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing. 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell here with the S&P up 17, up 0.5. The Dow surging 320 points. That's an advance now of 1.2%. NASDAQ up 45. That's a gain of 0.4%. Worth mentioning the year-to-date numbers, given the year that we've had, particularly the spring. We've got the S&P year-to-date now up 2.9%. NASDAQ up 22.5%. The Dow still showing a loss of 4.8%. 10-year down 11.30 seconds. Yield right now 0.54%. Gold up 1.2%. 20.43 the ounce. That is a record. And crude up 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate right now 42.19 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate crude. 3:32 on Wall Street time now for the Small Business Report. And here's John Tucker.
It was back in May when we first spoke to Evan Feldman. He's the founder of Donuttery. This is a small donut chain in the New York area. Well, since then, some locations suffered damage from protests following the death of George Floyd. He's still waiting for the return of office workers in Manhattan. Evan is back with us now. Can you give us an update on your small business?
I have not seen it as slow as it has been. I mean, even the first 2 months of COVID, we did more business than we're doing now. So unfortunately, things sort of got a little worse.
Remind me the extent to which you depend on office workers and the return of office workers in Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tremendous part of our business model. You know, we do a lot of catering, a lot of office events, a lot of large orders around meetings, and it's really been hard to visualize what business is going to be like after Labor Day. You know, that's a significant date, Labor Day, because, you know, it used to be when everyone would come back to work, and that would mean come back to the offices.
Remind me, how many locations do you have, and can you sustain that number?
Well, we have 3 locations in New York City, and we've got about 3 locations outside New York City in different states through a franchise model. And, you know, we are weighing our options.
Okay, the landlords, for the most part, have been cooperative with you and have helped sustain you, but a lot of them are small business owners themselves. Do you see that continuing?
It has not been that easy of a process, and only now are we starting to have dialogues with them. For a couple of months, they were radio silent. There was radio silence, and we couldn't get a word out of them. And now we're starting to have discussions, and people are starting to talk to us, and so that's been positive.
All right, Evan, thanks a lot. Evan Feldman, founder of Donuttery. And we're going to continue bringing you stories of small businesses trying to survive during the pandemic every day at this time, right here on Bloomberg Radio. That is your Bloomberg Small Business Report for today.
And we thank you, John Tucker. Briefly, Novavax shares touching a 5-year high as investors assess early data on its experimental vaccine for COVID-19. Shares surging by 10%. Johnson & Johnson says it's agreed to supply the U.S. government with 100 million doses of its COVID-19 vaccine candidate. Shares up by 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
That's Bruce, right?
It's Bruce. 2 hearts are better than one. Is that? I don't know the name of the song. Two Hearts. There you go.
Yeah, definitely sort of a classic concert piece for Bruce and the E Street Band. You know, I could have.
Is it old? Dave, is it oldish?
Yeah, it came out
like
on the River album. Now it's so 40 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
It had kind of.
This is the anniversary year for the River.
So how old is Bruce right now? Is he like well into his 60s?
No, he's past 70.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that blow your mind? Blows my mind.
Yeah,
right?
It does.
But do you think he's like 42?
I don't know. Like he looks great, and
He does look good.
you know, like when you start to think about how long these guys have been around, they're still playing. It's just wow.
Oh, absolutely. I'll tell you.
All right, two hearts. We got two big hearts here that you're talking about here.
Yeah.
Dave Wilson.
71 next month, just for the record. But yeah, the two hearts in this case, Apple and Microsoft. You know, there was this chart yesterday out of Strategas Research Partners focusing on Apple and how their share of the S&P 500, if you look at the weighting, had exceeded the weight of IBM back in the 80s. Now, you know, we had a chart out that to track that history, our version of it anyway. The thing is, though, it only tells half the story. I mean, you really have to combine Apple with Microsoft to get the bigger picture here because, you know, I went back and looked the last couple of years. More often than not, Microsoft has been ahead of Apple in the S&P 500 when it comes to market value. It's only in the last few weeks or so that the situation has reversed itself. So what I did is went back and, you know, figured out, okay, now those two companies together are 12.5% of the S&P 500. That's their combined weight. And so I went back on the Bloomberg terminal all the way to 1990. And with the help of S&P Dow Jones Indices, I got similar numbers for the 1980s. And you don't find anything like 12.5% when you look at year-end weight for the two top companies in the S&P 500. If you go back to 1982, you know, the pre-breakup American Telephone and Telegraph, AT&T, when you put that together with IBM, it was about 11% of the S&P 500. Now you're talking 12.5 for Apple and Microsoft. It just goes to show you how extraordinary things are, not just with the one company, the maker of the iPhone, but when you put them together with you know, the company behind Windows and Office software and all the rest. I mean, it's a dominance by these two companies that you just haven't seen historically very often. So if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Carol Massar, one thing you missed while you were on vacation is that there is now a Spotify playlist for all of Dave Wilson's songs of the day.
Oh, nice.
Month by month. So July kicked it off. So go back and look at that. You know, maybe pick up some patterns. I don't think you can really pick up a pattern because he's...
Unless you're watching the markets, maybe there's like a market pattern. Okay, right. I reached.
It's a reach.
Good stuff. Little Bruce always puts me in a good mood.
It
Good
does.
New Jersey guy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Jersey, you were down on the Jersey Shore. It all
I'm
checks
glad
out.
it was last week because I don't know, you know, the storm that went through where we were, there was some pretty serious damage.
Oh, was it? Oh, interesting. Yeah, the coasts. And listen, I mean, I'm watching the numbers of the outages. Just an update.
Are you back
for
on?
those
You guys are back on?
No, God, no. 178,000 customers in the Con Ed area. That includes Westchester down into New York City and a number of the boroughs. Yep.
Just want to mention a quick headline. The Dakota Access Pipeline staving off a shutdown order again, so this battle obviously continuing. Let's get back to world and national news headlines. For that, over to Nancy Lyons in our D.C. studio. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The Senate Judiciary Committee has been holding a hearing today on the beginnings of the Russia investigation. Former Acting Attorney General Sally Yates was asked by Chairman Lindsey Graham if it's normal an incoming administration cannot talk to foreign leaders about a change in policy, referencing Michael Flynn's contacts with the Russian ambassador.
You can certainly talk to foreign leaders about a potential change in policy in the future, but this wasn't any policy. This was undercutting the sanctions of the U.S.
You had one administration leaving in 2 weeks, and you had a new administration coming in urging them don't escalate.
Well, President Trump says the coronavirus pandemic is going away, even though the U.S. continues to see tens of thousands of new daily cases. In an appearance on Fox and Friends, he also reiterated his push for schools to reopen, saying kids are almost immune.
They have much stronger immune systems than we do somehow for this, and they do it. They don't have a problem. They just don't have a problem.
Many large school districts across the country have already announced a delay in on-campus learning. With Isaias fresh on our minds, we're learning the Atlantic hurricane season may be going from bad to worse.
Researchers at Colorado State University have boosted the number of named storms they think we'll see this year from 20 to 24. If that prediction holds up, this year would trail only 2005, the year of Katrina, as the one with the most named storms. There have already been 9 this year. 5 have hit the U.S. mainland. It's the fastest both milestones have been reached in records going back to 1851. Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Well, you just heard Nancy play some sound about what the president thinks about schools. And with large gatherings, they're still driving the spread of COVID-19. That's undeniable. Also concerns about whether it'll be safe to go to the polls to vote in the general election coming up in November. Less than 100 days, about 90 days to go there. Earlier today, the nation's top infectious disease expert, of course, we're talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci, he told David Weston here at Bloomberg he thinks in-person voting can take place in a responsible manner. Check it out.
You see, when you go into a store, whatever that store is, you know, a CVS, drugstore or a Starbucks or what have you, they have people staying 6 feet apart with masks. I think if you stay 6 feet apart with masks, you can do whatever it is that you need to do, whether you're going to CVS, whether you're going to Starbucks, or whether you're voting. I don't see any reason not to do that.
Responsible. Wear a mask. Social distancing. Wash your hands. Don't touch your face.
Right.
And it's not me. It's
The
not
big four.
Jason. It's go to the CDC website, and they explain why all of this just makes sense and makes a difference.
And one of the interesting things, we're going to talk to David Weston a little bit more later on in the show after the close of trading around 4:30 about that interview. You know, one of the things he said, and we played this earlier, that Dr. Fauci said was basically like, medical experts, they're pretty consistent about a lot of the big stuff here, about what you should do, what you shouldn't do.
Right.
And I think that that is worth remembering over and over again. There's not a lot of division of opinion about some of the very basic stuff here.
And it's the difference between, I feel like, the U.S. and much of the world because, you know, most political leaders around the world, they're happy to let their scientists and their public health experts take center stage in the pandemic. The AP, I came across a story that said just that's the difference, that we're not really listening. A lot of the country's not listening to its medical experts.
Yeah. And they're pretty clear about the advice, and it's not complicated. So listen up. Just listen. Just listen. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P climbing to within two of its record. Gold holding above $2,000 an ounce after touching also a record. S&P up right now by 18 points. That's a gain of about 0.6%. The Dow up 330, up 1.2%. NASDAQ is up 43. That is a gain of 0.4%. 10-year down 11/30 seconds. Yield there 0.54%. Gold, as I mentioned, pushing higher, up 1.2% at 2,044 record for gold. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 42.17 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate. Stocks on track for a fourth straight advance amid encouraging news on the vaccine front. Also, speculation lawmakers are making progress on an economic aid package. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
We've just got about 11 minutes left in today's trading session, bouncing around, but we've got a rally underway. In particular, the Dow up about 1.25%. Let's drive to the close with Larry Pitkowski. He's co-founder and portfolio manager at Good Haven Capital Management, joining us once again on the phone in Millburn, New Jersey, which is where he is based. How are you?
I am pretty well. How are you, Carol?
Doing okay. You know, life is certainly abnormal, and we continue on. I am curious how you see the second half. Do you see things improving? I think investors, Larry, right now are trying to figure out what's next.
You know, Carol, I'm going to share with you one of the most important phrases in investing, which is, I don't know. and I'm really not being facetious. I don't know, and I think the important thing is to be able to find a couple of opportunities and ways to allocate capital when you don't know exactly what's coming. And I think the way you do that, you know, you need to look for where there are sectors that have not really participated in the rally, and you need to find things that appear undervalued, even if we have a, you know, very uneven economic situation. And this is an unusual period. I mean, even for those of us that have been around for a while and have seen a lot of different crises, the last 6 months were some of the most unusual ever. But I think at Good Haven, we had a solid second quarter. I think we're up about 20%. The nice folks at Lipper keep telling us we're near the top of our category. And I think we still own a lot of cheap stocks that I think have plenty of upside. And I think we did some good buying during the downturn. But the range of economic outcomes from here is still very wide. And I think that should play well for stock pickers.
Yeah. I mean, Larry, it's interesting to hear you say, you know, relatively cheap, because we were talking earlier in the show about a report out of Bank of America essentially saying, look, you need to be buying stocks ahead of a vaccine whenever that comes, because even as we look at an S&P that may hit record levels, even as Carol just mentioned, we have the Dow up plus 1% or better right now.
Better, yeah.
You know, we are still looking at a market that if the economy does start to rev at all, there could be some opportunities for specific names.
You know, Jason, I'm the wayward child of a somewhat biblical family, so I'll give you a biblical comment. You can't start building the ark when it starts pouring rain. It doesn't work that way. You know, you need to have laid out a thesis ahead of when the rest of the world is discussing it. As a very smart friend of mine likes to always say, you can have cheap stocks or good headlines, but you can't have them both at the same time. Okay, so for instance, one of our biggest holdings is a gold miner, is Barrick Gold. Okay, nobody thought that was such an interesting idea a couple of years ago when we were making it a big holding. I mean, we got questions and we got, snickers and whatnot. Well, it's worked out very well. It's not really the thing I really want to talk about, but you need to be looking for things that are not what everybody thinks today are the greatest idea, because those are where the opportunities are.
So does that mean you don't want to be in those big tech names at all that have just run up? I mean, they are so much the market, right? And they are so much the market momentum. I know what you say about look for those sectors that haven't participated or those names that haven't participated in the rally. But, if you do that, you miss out on some tremendous gains.
Well, I think there's a difference between saying this is something where I want to back up the truck today, versus it's something that I own that I think still has upside. Alphabet is one of our top 3 holdings. Now, we've made many multiples of our money on it. The price is not in any way, ridiculous compared to what the earnings might be a year and a half from now. I mean, I think I'm not looking at the numbers, but I think it's probably Xing out the cash, probably 23, 24 times earnings a year and a half out. That's hardly a ridiculous number for a company that should get back to growing, that has a really dominant position. So there are areas. The interesting thing about the current environment is you have pockets of euphoria. You have negative investor sentiment. Somebody just sent me the AAI readings, which it's, the bullish sentiment is low, okay? But yet you have pockets of euphoria, and yet you have certain sectors that have really not participated. So, you need to, if you own a great quality growing company like an Alphabet, okay, one of the mistakes to make in life is thinking, you have to sell it and realize the gain just to find something a little bit cheaper. Not necessarily. Now, it doesn't mean there's not moments where there aren't better buys, but that doesn't mean you have to sell it and find something else. But, we have found areas lately that appear to be more attractive places for cash.
So what are you just altogether avoiding at this moment, Larry?
Well, not to be facetious, but I always avoid things that I feel like I don't understand where the business is headed within a range. Okay, and that's, I think, really important. I mean, it's important to buy things at attractive valuations, but if you don't think you understand what the business is going to look like a little bit down the road, I think you should avoid that. And by the way, I think what you've seen lately is an acceleration of all kinds of trends that were happening anyway from a business model sense. So there's plenty in the world of investing or allocating capital. You should pass on a very high percentage of the things you look at because you don't understand the business, you don't understand where it's going, or you should just keep looking for the couple of things a year that you think you have an edge in understanding and are priced attractively.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It's very logical, in terms of looking at the market. All right, Larry, thank you so much. Good to check in with you. Larry Pitkowski, he's co-founder, portfolio manager at Good Haven Capital Management, on the phone in Millburn, New Jersey, which is where they're based, Jason.
That's exactly right. Great state of New Jersey, I feel like, is well represented here, from Larry Pitkowski to Bruce Springsteen. You got it all here at the Garden State. We are looking at a very green day.
I feel like there's a little laughter or sarcasm in all of that.
And
Are you making fun of New
what
Jersey?
You're talking about.
Are you making fun of New Jersey?
You really get your hackles up when anybody says anything about New Jersey. It's sort of like when I question your knowledge of sports and you immediately like, don't make fun of the girl. And in reality, I'm just making fun of you.
Oh, okay. I feel so much better. Where's Debbie when I need her?
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Debbie,
she was
call
ferocious on the texting today.
She was.
Yeah, sending you pics and programs from 1981.
I feel like it's like blackmail material.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I don't know about that. Brooks Brothers, back in the day. All right, we are getting closer and closer to the close of trading. 4th straight day for the S&P to be up. All in anticipation, though, of more eco data jobs report, jobs day coming up on Friday. Stick with us. The close is next. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it, another record for NASDAQ, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all moving higher. S&P climbing to within 2% of its record. Stocks closing near session highs. S&P had its fourth straight advance amid encouraging news on the vaccine front and speculation lawmakers are making progress on an economic aid package. Here's where we ended the Wednesday session. S&P 500 index up 21 points to 3327. That was a gain of 0.6%, bringing its year-to-date gain now to 3%. NASDAQ record close 10,998, up 57 points. That was a gain of 0.5%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average rallied 373 points today, up by 1.4%. 10-year yield 0.54%. Gold up $18.95 the ounce, a record at $2,038, up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher today by 1%, $42.13 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. This business flash brought to you by Witham, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients to be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting Witham.com. Larry Pitkowski is co-managing partner at Good Haven Capital Management. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week, and he talked about when to hold on to your winners.
You know, you need to, if you own a great quality growing company like an Alphabet, okay, one of the mistakes to make in life is thinking, oh, you know, you have to sell it and realize the gain just to find something a little bit cheaper. Not necessarily. Now, it doesn't mean there's not moments where there aren't better buys, but that doesn't mean you have to sell it and find something else. But, you know, we have found areas lately that appear to be more attractive places for cash.
Novavax shares touched a 5-year high today as investors assessed early data on its experimental vaccine for COVID-19. Novavax up 10.3%, bringing its year-to-date gain to more than 4,200%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wild thing, think you move me. I got a few moves I know you'll like. Shake it, move thing, shake it, move thing, yeah, yeah. What come on, shake him, not stirring. Just move on up toward your destination.
I can make things move without touching them.
Shaking all over.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and Shakers with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time to take a look a little bit more deeply into the equity trade. Charlie Pellet, of course, breaking down those closing numbers, finishing just off our highs of the session. The Dow really the outperformer with a 1.4% gain. Outperformers in the S&P 500, there are 11 major industry groups, and at the top of the pack, Jason, were industrials, which were up about 2%. Materials also did well. They were up about 1.7%. And then financials, a gain of 1.6%. 3 groups that lost a little bit of ground: consumer staples, just a little bit lower. Real estate were down about 0.6%. Utilities, which would be considered really your safer play, no surprise to see it at the bottom of the pack, down about 1.2%. And a quick check, if I look at the S&P 500, the breakdown of the index, no surprise to see it more with a bullish tone. 318 names in the S&P 500, higher today, 185 lower to unchanged.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at kind of what was driving it. Your number one gainer was Assurant. That is AIZ is the ticker, and that stock ending up, based on an earnings report, second quarter earnings report, up 14%. And this is a company, I confess, I know the name, I don't know that much about it.
Insurance.
It's insurance, and it's interesting. Apparently, they are leaning more heavily on their technology, sort of technology-based solutions, mobile and whatnot. You're looking at me skeptically?
No.
Okay.
I'm just taking it all in.
You're just like cowed by the brilliant analysis.
All right,
here.
I'm skeptical, everybody.
Yeah,
I'm skeptical.
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, because they're in the business of service contracts and, you know, sort of helping people out. It makes sense that that would be something people are concerned about in this market. So that's driving the S&P number one gainer. Hat tip to Dave Wilson, who's helping bail me out via our instant messaging service.
God, he's so good, right? He's like Veep. It's like he's like our stock market Veep, like the assistant, right? As we
Tony
walk,
Hale?
yeah. As we walk along, like always, I'll be like I'll be stumbling with something,
That's
and all of a
Carol
sudden,
Masser.
yeah,
Oh, hey, Carol.
Dave will be like, their PE is, and like he'll just, or like they're a so and so company. He's so
That's
brilliant.
Bruce Springsteen.
Exactly. Exactly. I love him. I love him. Assurant, by the way, is still down almost 7% for the year.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a dividend.
Well, Dave
which is no
pointing
surprise.
out that lots of people, and this checks out, people buying appliances and electronics, so more chances for them to sell contracts.
It's funny that you say that. We had a stove that was broken at our beach house, and thank God the cooktop worked. But when we were like, all right, we need to get it fixed, they all just kind of laughed at us. They said, it's so hard to get, first of all, any kind of new equipment. It's hard to even get people in to look at it. And we actually did get somebody to look at it. But I mean, it's just because everybody's buying appliances right now, and everybody's having people install them.
Yeah.
I mean, and we've seen that in some of the earnings reports over the last couple of weeks, but we're really seeing that at play big time. Can we talk about Disney?
Please,
It was your
I was going to
third-
say, we got to talk about a tale of two media companies, right?
Yeah, right. Disney up almost 9%. Fox, on the other hand, down about 7%. And as you said, and Disney was funny yesterday as we were breaking down the earnings, because initially there was a little bit of a sell-off, some concerns about certainly the parks business, and those streaming numbers may be a little bit light, but nonetheless, investors turned it around, and they were all in on Disney today.
And really all in on the streaming
Correct.
story, it feels like, and, sort of betting, and I know we joked about it yesterday, and maybe you thought we were overstating its importance, but this
Mulan?
move that they're making on Mulan is, I think, a really interesting one. $30, you're going to be able to download it and own it, so it's going to skip the theaters altogether. I was listening to a movie-related podcast this morning, The Big Picture, and they were just talking about the state of theaters, the state of streaming, and obviously the theaters and the production companies are going to suffer mightily here,
Yeah,
but somebody's going to
bad.
make some money somewhere.
And I do wonder if you see this kind of shift where, a new movie comes out and you have the option of maybe you pay $30.
Right.
But you can
Or
watch
the
it
window
in your home.
shrinks. I mean, that's
Yeah,
this new AMC
right?
Universal deal. Basically, they're shrinking the window from effectively 3 months to 17 days. All right, let's check out volatility. The VIX, it was down 3.4%, closing at 22.95. It's Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for the price on Wilson. Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave. Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Hey, Mr.
All right.
Wilson, the
Wait,
ghost in the machine. He's been helping me out. Go on.
Yeah, he is. I know. I told you, Tony Hale. How would you say this company?
Trupanion.
Ah, Trupanion.
Like True Companion.
Very
Which
clever.
makes sense. It's a company that provides health insurance for dogs and cats in the U.S. and Canada.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
The company was founded in 2000 as Vet Insurance and changed to the current name a decade later. Trupanion went public in 2014. The ticker is TRUP, first four letters of the name. The company's shares have risen more than 40% in 4 of the past 5 years. They're up a bit more than that this year, and the release of second quarter results late yesterday sent them even higher. Trupanion had a second quarter profit when analysts expected a loss, based on a Bloomberg survey. Revenue beat the highest projection. The number of pets enrolled in the company's programs rose 29% from a year ago. And CEO Darryl Rawlings said on a conference call that Trupanion has achieved nirvana in some markets. What's nirvana? When the number of referrals by current customers exceeds the number of cancellations. That's their definition anyway. Days like today would qualify as nirvana for Trupanion shareholders. The stock traded a record and closed with a gain of almost 23%, the biggest in 9 months.
Scout, what do you think about that? Oh, excuse me, Scout is napping once again.
Yes, Scout
Who
is.
basically moves around the house napping.
Yeah. Poor Scout. Scout is your Trupanion.
I have to say,
and likes to make her voice heard sometimes.
Stock's up 73% this year. We used to have health insurance. We had it for about the first 5 years. Sorry, Scout.
Yeah.
Of our life.
Well, now Scout's got to look after her sleep because you guys aren't looking out for her. She's like, also, when are we going on the boat?
I know. It's COVID-19.
Yeah,
sweetie.
sorry, Scout.
Sorry. It's a little bit
All
of a
right,
rougher
Dave
year.
Wilson, thank
you, Dave.
so much.
And
Coming
for the
up-
assists.
Yes, exactly. Coming up, we're going to talk to the CEO about his new product. We're also going to hear from David Weston. He caught up with Anthony Fauci earlier.
Looking forward to that. All right, right now, back to World and National News headlines and back to Ed Baxter in our San Francisco studio. Hello there.
Hi, Carol. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says the tide is turning in world opinion regarding the Chinese Communist Party. In a news conference just concluded moments ago, he also said U.S. app stores need to bar untrusted Chinese apps. And regarding Iran,
we're not going to let the arms embargo expire on October 18th of this year. It's one of the central failings of the JCPOA, and a bad thing for the world to allow Iran to buy and sell. You've seen the comments in the press about a deal between Iran and China. There are nations lining up to sell weapons that will destabilize the Middle East, put Israel at risk.
He also said sending Secretary Azar to Taiwan is to help in the fight against COVID-19 and doesn't care if it angers China. Intelligence community interfered with the 2016 election to help Donald Trump. Former acting Attorney General Sally Yates pushes back against the Trump administration's move to dismiss charges against Michael Flynn. Yates says before Congress today, the conclusion is that Russia sought
to undermine faith in our democratic processes, to hurt Hillary Clinton's chance of electability, and to aid the candidacy of now President Donald Trump.
And she says it was a direct attack on the homeland. President Donald Trump, once again dismissing the seriousness of COVID-19, says kids need to get back to school.
My view is the school should open. This thing's going away. It will go away like things go away.
But Dr. Anthony Fauci here on Bloomberg with David Weston says testing.
Because if you have to wait that long, particularly if the testing is done to really determine if you are infected and would you be infecting somebody else, that's an unreasonable amount of time to wait.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser. So life not getting back to normal here in New York City very fast. We've talked a little bit about that, and this was a real bummer to read, I have to say, courtesy of Dow Jones. The Metropolitan Museum of Art here in New York City, a magnificent, magnificent museum, I mean, truly one of the best in the world, reducing its staff, Carol, by 353 people, bringing the number of Met employees down from roughly 2,000 to 1,600. It's a big cut.
You know, I had talked with somebody early on a few months ago when everything was shut down, and they were concerned about what was going to happen at the Met and all of our cultural institutions. I mean, if you think about it, the city's been shut down. The Met closed back in mid-March, you know, with all of New York City's cultural institutions because of the virus. They announced plans to reopen August 29th, but there is some uncertainty because New York State hasn't yet allowed museums in the city to welcome back visitors. I mean, listen, the Met is such an icon, and people, especially tourists, visitors, right? They come. It's a must-see, and it's usually crowded. The steps outside the Metropolitan Museum of Art are usually crowded. And so I guess they're projecting a $150 million loss in revenue because of the pandemic. Their annual budget, Jason, is $320 million. So that's pretty substantial.
Yeah. I have to say, you're totally right.
Breaks my heart.
It is iconic. I mean, I remember when first coming to New York City when I was in college and then moving here and, you know, being able to not just go to the museum, but go to events there, you know, especially being in and around Wall Street, sort of, you know, seeing the people who come in and out and just being utterly blown away by the art collection, and they're, you know, sitting there on the east side of Central Park. I mean, it's just, it's gorgeous. I think about the marathon, you know, running past it. It's phenomenal. So sad.
Yeah, and let's just hope that they are able to, you know, figure a way to kind of muddle through, and hopefully they can hire back people very, very soon. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Flood of earnings after the bell. MetLife's second quarter adjusted EPS coming in at 83 cents. Estimates were for 91 cents. MetLife shares, they're down by 2%. Zynga, the game maker, up about 10% after hours, boosting its year revenue forecast. Also had a second quarter beat. It was an up day on Wall Street today. NASDAQ, another record there. Fourth straight advance for the S&P 500 index. Stocks gained on encouraging news on the vaccine front. Also speculation lawmakers are making progress on an economic aid package. S&P 500 index up 21, a gain of 0.6%. The S&P now at 3327. The Dow up 373, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 57. That was a gain of 0.5%. 10-year down 13.30 seconds with a yield of 0.54%. Gold up 0.9%, a record $2,038 the ounce. Crude up 1.1%, $42.16 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser. Well, Carol, you may know this about me.
Jason.
I love private equity. I love talking about it. I love alternative assets. We've got a great conversation coming up. Quick flex.
You should write a book or two about it.
I should. Yeah. Good idea.
Oh, wait, you did.
Wait a second. Great conversation that we're going to play some of on this program tomorrow with Henry Kravis, actually talking a little bit about diversity on Wall Street, et cetera. But when it comes to private equity and alternatives, one of the big questions has always been, wait, I want to get a piece of that from a financial perspective, and really broadening the market for that. Well, here comes Brad Heppner. He is the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Beneficient Company Group. The company's friends call it BEN for short. He joins us from Orange County, California. Brad, really nice to have you with Carol and myself.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the time to be able to share a little bit about BEN.
Yeah, so tell us what this is, because it feels like this is something, trying to sort of widen the aperture a little bit for alternative assets. How does it work?
So BEN has been designed and built to provide liquidity to individuals who have invested in alternative assets in a more rapid, simple, and a cost-effective way compared to the way that the liquidity has been provided to institutional investors over the last 25 years. Our program is really geared to individuals. That's the newest and most active investor in alternatives over the last 5 years in particular.
So, go ahead, Jason.
Well, and so tell us how this has evolved, because, as I alluded to, individuals have been increasingly finding their way into an area where institutions have long thrived, and by thrived, I mean made a lot of money. But it is illiquid in many cases. So help us understand how you were able to sort of stand this up.
Great. So many years ago, about 15 years ago, private banks started introducing ultra-rich individuals into the alternative asset class, providing them investment options. Those investment options, of course, are locked up 12, 13, 14 years for the ultra-rich. Here recently, there's been more of those opportunities made available to individuals who are not ultra-rich. The issue becomes individuals have and experience life events that institutions don't have. Individuals die, they get divorces. Most of them are entrepreneurs who are diversifying their portfolios, and they hit financial distress. We learned that several years ago when individuals would come to us and ask us if we could provide them liquidity out of their alternatives. Big institutional liquidity providers are geared to much larger transactions. They're not geared to the smaller transaction. And individuals can't afford the complexity and the time and the expense of trying to gain liquidity the way that big institutions can. So we built BEN to really target just the individual, provide it in a rapid way by doing it online, provide it simpler by providing it through very standardized legal documentation that is not highly complex, and to do it more cost effective so that they can get a good return for exiting their alternative asset.
Brad, that's what I was curious about. Well, two things. How liquid? So I'm curious about just the logistics of how it works and how really liquid you do become by using this platform, and the impact it does have on your returns. Because a lot of times, by staying in one of these alternative assets, you have the potential for some pretty strong returns. But I do wonder, by maybe pulling out too early, what that does to that number.
Most investors will hold their investment for up to 7 years, individual investors. Institutionals have a long-term horizon. The J-curve for alternative asset return shows that you really do your investing over the first 3 years, and then you begin to rapidly harvest and experience good returns in the 4th year, 5th year, and 6th year. So your high returns really come between your 4th and your 7th years. Then the returns begin to tail off and get lower. And so the individual can actually do very well for themselves if they do what institutions do. And that is beginning to harvest their returns before the 14th year, 12th year, whatever the underlying investment. If they begin to harvest really beginning in the 6th or the 7th year and reposition their portfolios. Now, some have to do it earlier for the life events I explained earlier. So if you really stay in, realize your higher returns in your 5th, 6th, 7th years, and then begin to look for liquidity, you'll gain about 90% of the overall return as if you held it through the entire time, but you'll have more flexibility and more control over that capital.
Really interesting. All right, we're going to leave it there. Brad Heppner is the founder, chairman, CEO of the Beneficient Company Group. They call it Ben. It's a new platform, and listen, folks have gotten more and more into these alternative assets,
right,
Carol, and for good reason. I mean, they make a lot of money, and institutions, whether it's pension funds, endowments, and as Brad mentioned, the super rich have always invested heavily in this. I mean, I remember, this is a little bit of a turn, but I remember, since we are in a presidential election season, when Mitt Romney's tax returns, when he put them out while he was running for president, because remember, people used to do that.
Right.
When you read through them,
yeah,
it was incredible. He had worked in private equity, but his investments across all sorts of different private equity funds, folks he had competed with, but he had also invested alongside. And it is one of these things where if people can get access to this, it reminds me, we always talk about Liz Lemon on 30 Rock, and one of my favorite quotes from her is when she said to Jack Donaghy, "I need you to show me that thing where your money makes money."
Well, this is it.
And this is it. I mean, but in order to make that money, you have to be able to buy and sell. And so this is an interesting new platform.
Yeah, absolutely. All about being, having increased liquidity, but also access to these higher return or the potential for higher return assets. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we're going to hear from Dr. Anthony Fauci and the man who interviewed him here at Bloomberg, our colleague David Weston. Looking forward to not just hearing more from Dr. Fauci, but breaking it down with DW. Love it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. We've heard some snippets of the interview, and it's really a wide-ranging conversation and a really thoughtful one. All right, we'll get to that in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories and another check on some of the news after the close. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there, Carol Master. Briefly, Etsy reporting revenue for the second quarter that did beat the highest analyst estimate. It was an up day on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. In fact, another record for NASDAQ, and we've got the S&P 500 index within 2% of its record close. S&P posting a fourth straight advance amid encouraging news on the vaccine front. We'll hear more about that coming up in just a moment with Dr. Fauci. S&P 500 index did climb today. We saw the S&P 500 index up 21 points, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 57, as I said, a record there, up 0.5. The Dow up 373, up 1.4%. 10-year yield 0.54%. Gold up 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%. 42.16 a barrel. Gold, by the way, spot gold at a record 2,038. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, earlier, Bloomberg Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio host David Weston caught up with the top voice on the virus, Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the NIH's National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. They talked about a lot of things, including the protection that would be provided by a vaccine.
No question about it that if you get a vaccine, you're going to at least have several months protection to get you through a season. If it turns out that you get more than that, well, all the better. If it turns out you need to boost someone, that's okay too. We can give a booster shot the way we give booster shots for other vaccines.
So as a practical matter, who's ahead in this race, as far as you can tell, in finding a vaccine that would be efficacious?
You know, it depends on what you mean by temporally ahead or efficacy ahead. There's no one that's ahead efficacy because the proof of the pudding is that you need to do the large phase 3 clinical trial to determine efficacy and to confirm safety. There are a number of vaccines that have already entered phase 3 trial.
And that, of course, is a voice very familiar to many of us through this pandemic. Dr. Anthony Fauci speaking with David Weston. And we're going to speak with David Weston right now, the host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. He joins us from lovely Westchester County, a lovelier part than mine, at least, because I believe you have power at your house, David. So tell us about this interview. As Carol mentioned, wide-ranging. As you sort of broke it down afterwards with your team, what did you take away from it? What was the most important thing that Fauci said to you?
Well, first of all, I'm very sorry you don't have power, Jason.
Thank you.
I'm delighted that we do have power. But I think there were two or three things, principally. One is talking about the vaccine. We all talk about vaccines. There's all sorts of kinds of vaccines. It can be 100% effective, 50% effective, as he just talked about. It can be effective for 3 months, 6 months. He basically downplayed sort of the winner-take-all vaccine. That's terribly important to have. It will advance the ball. But he emphasized there are a lot of things we can be doing alongside development of vaccine that we should be doing anyway.
And what about this notion? One of the things I really took away, and we've been playing a lot of sound of this interview, David, and rightly so, was that he basically said, and I can't believe that he has to say this and so many people need to hear it, but essentially, listen to the experts, and that the experts notably are all basically saying the same thing in terms of how we need to be dealing with this.
Yeah, I asked him, for those of us who are not epidemiologists, how do we know what the truth is? Because we hear conflicting things sometimes out of the White House and the task force. And when we hear things like hydroxychloroquine, which, as you know, the president this week said, oh, no, it's terribly effective. Dr. Fauci says it isn't. And I think he essentially, in a general way, said, listen to me, don't listen to the president. When it comes to the medicine, he said, on politics, fine. The president has a viewpoint, no question about it. It's his job. But when it comes to the medicine, all of us medical experts basically agree on some fundamental things.
I do wonder, too, David, what you so wanted to get out of Dr. Fauci, because we've heard a lot from him, but I also think he's in such an interesting position right now of balancing, he's a member of the White House or a member of the administration's team, and yet a lot of what he says is contradictory to what we get from the president. And I'm just curious if you were able to get any feeling of how he's managing kind of that world.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he'd say just stick to the facts. I'll stick to the things I know, not try to opine on things I don't know about. But when it's things I know about, I'm just going to stick to that. And I'm not even going to say I disagree with someone. I'm just going, these are the facts. You can decide for yourself what's going on. I think he has a particularly difficult job that came out of the interview, which is he kept saying it's not an all or nothing. It's not shut down or just throw caution to the wind. There's an intermediate step of really going ahead with a lot of activities, not all, but a lot of activities, but with a lot of constraints. And if you do that with social distancing, with masks, with washing your hands, then we can do an awful lot.
So, David, got to ask about two things that are top of mind for all of our listeners and your listeners and viewers as well. Schools and sports. What was the big takeaway on those fronts?
Yeah, well, we asked about both of those. On the schools front, he said, first of all, one size does not fit all. There's a lot of different places in the country, and each school district has to decide for itself. But he clearly emphasized the importance, even from a public health point of view, of getting kids back into the classroom. Because there are some health costs of having them be home as well as in the classroom. But you have to take a lot of steps, and it will vary to some extent from school district on sports, which I know is terribly important to you, and of course to Fauci too. He's a big baseball fan, as you know.
Yeah, he wears a Washington Nationals mask. That's his go-to, right?
Exactly right. And he said, look, he thinks Major League Baseball is doing as much as can be done. He thinks they're doing a really good job, but he cannot promise we're going to have a full season. And he talked particularly about the Marlins. He talked about the Cardinals and the problems they've had.
Right. So do you feel like he was more optimistic than maybe we've heard from Fauci in the past, David? What was your kind of final feel from him?
My final feel was he was saying we should be prepared to deal with this virus for a good long time to come. If we get a vaccine that takes care of it all, that's fine, but we should not count on that. We have to prepare ourselves to go forward, and that applies to trading rooms on Wall Street, it applies to baseball games, it applies to schools, and there are things we can do, but the thing he emphasized, Carol, was we all have to do it. Yeah. One weak link in the chain will break the chain.
Well, we've never, ever, I think, had to remember that we are a community and we really need to watch out for one another in terms of getting ahead of this pandemic. David Weston, thank you so much. A really wonderful interview, and I'm so glad that we had a chance to actually break it down with you. Bloomberg Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and Radio's David Weston. Catch him every day from 12 to 2 on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio. And, of course, there with Dr. Anthony Fauci.
And check out that entire interview. It's on Bloomberg.com because he does touch on all of those things that David just mentioned. And I think with somebody like Fauci, you also like to pick up, and you did a nice job of teasing this out with David Carroll, like the tone as well as the substance. Because Fauci, he's a pretty straightforward guy, and he tells it straight.
And Brad Pitt already has played him, and will play him in the movie.
That's right. All right, let's get to Ed Baxter now. He's got world and national headlines. He could be played by Brad Pitt.
That's a stretch, but thank you. President Donald Trump is playing down the seriousness of COVID-19 today on Fox. Let's use this as a backdrop too, Dr. Fauci.
And my view is that schools should be open. If you look at children are almost, and I would almost say definitely, but almost immune from this disease.
Now, his advisors have cautioned all along that they could be instrumental in community spread, though. One of those advisors, Dr. Anthony Fauci, as you just heard with David Weston today, contradicted the president on how well the U.S. has handled testing. He says a week is just too long to get results.
We need to get 95 or more percent, 99% of the tests that need to be done back within that period of 24 to 48. No excuses. It needs to be done.
And he says the country needs to do better. Now, I can tell you from firsthand experience of a healthcare provider telling somebody that it would take now, the past weekend, 10 to 14 days to get results. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says enforcement has to be stepped up on its travel quarantine.
It's time for everyone to realize it. If we're going to hold at this level of health and safety in this city and get better, we have to deal with the fact that the quarantine must be applied consistently to anyone who's traveled.
And he says it will be enforced. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says the tide is turning on world opinion regarding China and says Azar's trip to Taiwan.
We have wanted them to be part of the conversations at the World Health Assembly, that China has prevented that from happening. And so he'll go there and talk to them about public health issues as they relate to how we all move forward with respect to how we handle COVID.
I'm Ed Baxter.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. So I have to say, this is one of my favorite stories. It's one of the most read. You know, this is the season here in New York, regardless of a global pandemic. Wall Street interns, and, you know, I love all these go-getters. You know, you see them around in normal times. You see them around our office. You see them on the train, you know, like commuting in from their parents' house. You see them.
They're so fresh.
I know, so fresh, so full of optimism.
Well, I have to say, I'm working with 3 of our summer interns, and I'm going to send them this list because it's basically, okay, Wall Street interns having to find creative ways to impress their bosses on Zoom. It's not easy. Like, we've had interns who would normally be at our New York headquarters, and of course, it's for the most part still shut down. And so they are doing their internship often from their homes somewhere in the country. So basically, this talks about some things to do. And one is green screen. Have an impressive green screen. I don't know if you've done Zoom with family, but like all of a sudden I'm with one of my family members and I'm like, where are you? Are you at the Grand Canyon? But these guys.
You didn't actually think they were at the
I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't.
okay, good.
But as an intern, you can do like a pretty cool background, and that can be kind of get you noticed.
Yeah, and also it's a little bit of a talking point. And, you know, listen, a lot of these kids, God bless them, you know, they're in like their childhood bedroom or, you know, they're in their parents' basement. You know, there's a great anecdote in this story about, you know, one guy who uses the green screen because the actual wall behind him has a sign that says children at play. And that's not exactly what the sort of vibe you want to be getting, you know, if you're trying to get a job at, say, Goldman.
Right. And so advice number 2, take down the children at play sign. But it also says don't wait to be invited. Set up your own Zooms. You can still have coffee or lunch with colleagues. Just do it virtually. And the mute button, that can be your friend. And it also, like if you're on a call with somebody who's a boss or a manager and something maybe crazy's going on, you might want to say, hey, turn your mute button on.
Maybe
or
mute. But you can also overhear things like somebody's name and, you know, you sort of file that away and follow up. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time's up for today. We made £900. All trades, you can see snapshot pictures on the left side. Anybody who followed my trades today, well done. We made a good profit. I'll speak to you all, as always, tomorrow from 8 o'clock UK time. Have a great evening. Bye for now.